Morning Discord, morning YouTube. Let's get into it. Okay, I'm gonna need just a few minutes. Give me a moment, I'm running a little bit behind. Let the early candles play out. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Morning, everyone. All right, Discord, I've already set you up. Go ahead and take a look at your 5. Let's go ahead and explain it. I think we're in maybe secondary liquidity of teal. Let me make sure everyone's in here. All right, cool. I think we're in secondary liquidity of teal. So we want to see if we're finishing off this cup and handle, or if we're gonna grab some liquidity before we push down. Okay. Oh, damn it. My bad, my bad. Hold on. Sorry. You guys just let me. You guys gotta hold me accountable. Don't let me just talk and not stream anything. All right, here we go. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm running a little bit behind this morning. A little sluggish. Sorry. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, I think I'm okay now. Let me get to work. I'm gonna see if we can make something out of pre-market algos. All right, let's let these early candles play out. Let's see what we get. We just need to figure out a few more algos and we'll be fine. Don't be impatient today. Just we should be okay today. Just gonna have to be just patient. Just let the play happen. All right, let's let a few cycles go by, and then we'll get you set up. Give me a moment, or just let the market play out. As of now, we want to see if we're gonna reject off the 5 MA, or if we're gonna break, retest, reject. Actually, we probably want to, it's probably up here. It's up here, sorry. Let me redo it. Unfortunately, it's up here. All right, let's see if we get some chop in here. Let's see if we start chopping around right in here. We're just gathering data now, right? We're in the data gathering aspect of our journey today. So let's give it a moment. You see what needs to happen. That whole time you probably thought, oh, I'm probably too late now. Oh, I'm probably too late now. I'm probably too late now, even though you knew it was going to the 5. Don't worry, you'll eventually get over that. So I'm just gonna be patient and let you think about that. I'm just gonna sit here quietly and let you think about that. So whatever that is that's holding you back from all the way down here to up here. I'm not saying that there's a setup here. What I am saying is understand the psychology that even though you're fully aware of what's most likely to happen, you're still afraid to get in on the play. And and you know, people often wonder, when's it going to happen for me? I can tell you that whenever that's not an issue for you, then you'll know then you're ready. So however long that takes, that's the amount of time. That's the amount of time it's going to take you. When I always tell you, you know, this takes time, that is what the factor is. How much time does it take you to get over certain psychological pitfalls? Because the red candle's the thing that stops us out, right? So once you get over having the fear of the red candle, your whole career is going to be a lot easier. Adjust appropriately and you'll be fine. Or, you know, set your stops appropriately, you'll be fine. All right, so we're looking for a break, retest, reject of the 5, above the 5. Or we're looking for a rejection underneath the 5. Either one of those are our setups. As long as you don't overstay your welcome on any one of those plays, you'll be fine. Morning YouTube. If you want to get some good plays today, we need to get our luck right. Hit the like button if you want to get some good luck today. So far it's all working out perfectly fine. Hit the like button. I'm just gonna be quiet here. I'm letting the play out. We're gonna let a couple cycles go by before we start making our call outs. So we're just gathering our data, letting the market do what it wants to do right now. So here's what we're looking out for. We want to make sure we don't get caught in this little range right here that I have with the shaded area. We want to look out for a liquidity grab in any direction. We want to see if we're going to grab it from above or below the 5. Okay, here's something I want to point out. Look, here goes how the psychology works. I need everyone to pay attention, even on YouTube. I know I don't show you guys any love, but here, listen. At, when was it? Either the 936 or the 937 candle, one of these candles somewhere here. I was just saying, you know it's most likely to go to the 5. But we always get this thing where we let the big red candle scare us out. Even though, you know, we're in this movement here in purple, we see this big red candle. And you know, that scares out, you know, I get it, right? I've been there. It scares people out. But then look, it continues up. So this is the fear I'm talking about. And all it took was a matter of 10 minutes. So this could have been the difference between a winning trade and a losing trade as a matter of 10 minutes, right? And that 10 minutes, a lot can happen in your psychology. And sometimes that one candle is not going to be the one that's going to take you out, right? Usually you get another bite at the apple. That's what I'm trying to say. Usually you get at least one more bite at the apple. It's very rare that the market just touches one time and then turns around. Usually, you know, it's going to test it on a couple candles, or at least a movement, right? We consider this inside of our trend a movement. So remember, we went through this mental exercise somewhere around this candle, 936, 937, around here. We just went through the exercise. And then look at it continue. The red candles, you know, you can't let them scare you out. You gotta let the whole movement finish. This is why I always tell you, you know, use your guardrails. You don't have to use the guardrails, but it's how you're gonna maximize. It's how you're gonna maximize the profit. That's why I put the guardrails here. Because this is your tolerance you need to have, right? This range here essentially is your tolerance. Now I get it, you know, it's still the morning algo and you guys probably wanted a little more time. I get that, you know, before you start trusting morning algos. But what I'm trying to say is what the type of mindset you need to have going into each trade. You have to give the market the room to breathe, right? It has to go up and down. So even though we know it's most likely, right, on a balance of probabilities, it's probably going to the 5. You probably got scared out on all these red candles, but because you're completely ignoring the movement. right? You're ignoring the it has to breathe inside of this purple. So start to understand this. Start to get comfortable with this, with the motion inside of our movement, right? I get it. It's uncomfortable at first, and here's why. The reason why it's uncomfortable is because I'm willing to put money on the table that when you're trading, you're zoomed in like this. You're zoomed in like this, right? You're like this in your trade. And the reason why that's bad is because whenever a red candle does happen, it looks a lot more significant when you're zoomed in. What I'm trying to say is you need to zoom out. Zoom out just a bit. Zoom out a bit and you'll realize that it's not that significant of a movement, right? You need to zoom out, and look, we hit the 5. I told you, it's gonna take time for you to get comfortable with these concepts. We literally said it here. You know that it's going to the 5. You know it's going to the 5. This is why I have my paths drawn the way I do, right? It has to grab the 5 liquidity. I mean, it doesn't have to, but on a balance of probabilities, we have a much better shot using the data that we have. And we know we're next to the 5. You know, you can't let the red candle scare you out, right? Look, all the paths are going up first because we have to grab liquidity from somewhere. So once you understand liquidity, this gets a lot easier, right? So now the play's done. This is where our liquidity is. Now, if you're still holding because you're in purple, okay, that's on you. But if you're not tightening up your stops at the level of liquidity, then you got problems. I'm not saying to stop out, I'm saying tighten up. We've reached the liquidity. Right now, we're waiting for a break and retest of the 5. Or a rejection of the 5. We'll know the 5 got rejected when we get underneath, probably 82.67. Look, Discord, it's BRR green. Okay, by the way, this, just so we're clear, this inverse cup and handle is still valid because we're grabbing liquidity off the 5 now. We haven't broken the 5. Retested and rejected. We haven't done that. So we're currently, right now, as we speak, in the liquidity box for the 5. Right? It's going to start to form the liquidity box at the 5. So just be patient now. Look, everything we said happened. Everything. If you're interested in learning how to trade like this, send me an email. LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. Don't sit there in the dark by yourself, scared, sweaty, smelling like onions because you're afraid to send an email. You're only gonna hold yourself back. If you want to make this thing a thing and stop burning money and actually put your money to use, I'm not telling you you're gonna win every trade. What I am telling you is your win rate is gonna go up. What I am telling you is the quality of your trades is gonna go up. What I am telling you is your winners, eventually, you're going to start to let them win. The losses you've been taking and then not allowing your winners to win to recover those losses, that's going to switch. That's going to change. If you're going through that, send me an email. Look, since opening bell, I only gave one option for direction. Only one option. Usually, you know, I'll wait and say, hey, let's wait a few nah. immediately. And you'll get that type of you know that's experience. You'll get that experience too. It just takes time, but you need to know what to look out for. You know, you're flying blind. You're using all these concepts that they've been teaching on the internet, and you know what? Those things only work. They basically work on YouTube and videos, right? Every time they make a video, it works. You know, in this strategy, you see me, I get it wrong sometimes. I don't get it right every time. But sticking with the strategy enables us to increase our win rate. It's all documented on the live stream. Again, the price next year is going up. I know we have a valuable product. I know what it's worth. The information and the knowledge that I have is highly sought after, and you get a chance to be a part of it. You know, Bitcoin 2011 when it's cheap, because it's not going to be cheap forever. It's not going to be cheap forever. And you know what? I actually don't feel bad, because the education you're the education, the plays that I give away, you can't even. It's not a fair comparison. It's just not. Now look, we're still at the 5. We're still at the 5. So this is what I'm saying. When at this time over here, you know it's going. You have to let your winners win. Stop thinking that one red candle, that's gonna be it. That's the turnaround right here. Let the movement happen. It's your best bet. Now look, if we break this purple, then you start to think, right? Okay, keep this moment encapsulated in your mind forever. At 9:36, 9:37, I said, we know it's going to the 5. Most likely it's going to the 5. We had to survive this candle. Do you see how many times did your mind change between here and here? How many times did your mind change? So this is data, this is valuable data you just received, okay? This is valuable data you just got. Because now you see, you know what, at least you know what the possibilities are. You know what it should, what it could look like. Now you can protect yourself next time. How do you protect yourself? Simple. You either allow a certain amount of time to go by. You allow a certain amount of movement to go by. You allow the price to hit key levels. That's how. Okay, so let's see if we're gonna break the 5. This is the 5, by the way, over here. The squiggly. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm letting the play out. It's doing what it should do, right? We already expected everything that's happening. So now our next setup is going to be BRR above green. If it doesn't do that, then there's no play. Discord, excuse me. If you're not in the Discord, you probably don't know what that means. Send me an email, LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. I'll get you sorted. For right now, I'm just going to sit silently because our play is winning. And there's nothing to do, right? We're just letting the play win. So our setups are, you see them on the screen. If you don't see them on the screen, if you don't know what you're looking at, you got to send me an email. So I'm just going to be quiet over here on the side, and we're just going to let this play out. I'm sorry it's not entertaining, but sometimes it's not entertaining to win. Like I've been saying, it's just, you know, when we first started, you know, we're excited on now we need to stop being excited because this is the business, right? This is just part of it. This is just part of it. So it's not that I'm not excited. And you know, when I hear you guys winning, or when I see you guys winning, that gets me the motivating excitement. But for me, you know, I don't. It's for you guys now. I know I did it. Now it's not, the challenge is to, you know, to make other people do it. And then showing them how to do it, right? Showing them the steps I took. And I do it every morning, so. Do you see how this guardrail, look how much work Purple put in for us today. Purple put in all the work today. Okay, hold on, let me pay attention. Yeah, I'm just trailing inside what do you call it? Or alongside Purple, so there's no real science behind it. Wait for it to look like what you want. It's probably going to be close to whatever you have in your head. Just wait for it. Remember, the reason why we want to BRR because we want to protect against the stop hunt, okay? Now, if it shoots up, it shoots up. And you're going to be angry at me, but I'm just telling you how to protect yourself. If you're not ready to take certain trades and stop out appropriately, or, you know, to take certain risks and adjust your stops appropriately, then you're not ready for it, right? Just wait for the break and retest. Let's see if we get the 2 red and then green continuation here. So we want to see if we get a strong green, 2 red, continuation green. You see how you protect against the stop hunt? A little bit patient, just wait for it. Okay, now we're gonna see who's gonna win, right? We're at the 5. We're gonna see if this is gonna be a liquidity grab or a stop hunt. Easy. It's almost too easy. Watch. It's gonna be very obvious what's gonna happen. It's already on the screen. You don't even gotta question it. It's already on the screen. So look, today might be, you know, get what you can while you can. It might not be a lot of movement today. We're gonna figure it out though. So wait for some type of setup. We're almost there. Hold on. Hold on. There's one more piece, and then once that's there, I'll let you guys attack on your own. There's one more piece. You know, I'm giving you key levels and paths, but I want to give you algos. One more piece missing. Give me a second. Another thing, you know, we didn't get a chance to get any of their algos, so I don't know if I want to rely on pre-market yet. So we'll see. Just be patient, right? Don't worry, I got you. Don't worry. You don't know what's going on in my mind yet. Stop trying to get ahead of me. I'm just kidding. So look, here's my value, right? Let me make sure. Because I think people, they don't know what's going on right in front of their face. And maybe if you're new, you just don't know. I'll show you. I'll show you how amazing. This is why I'm unique. Here it is. This is before, you know, right when the market opened, I started making my paths. What separates me is, look at the precision on this. No matter what, I'm gonna be right from here, right? No matter what, I'm gonna be right. I have to be right from here. Do you see how I set it up so I have to be right? But the question is, well, you're saying, well, what do you mean you're right? You got a 50-50 shot. I can go up or down. I'm talking about the precision of the pathing. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when and where and precision lines. You know, there's a difference here. Now, as long as you can understand that each area of liquidity has a zone, right? It's not just one specific spot on the map. It's an area, right? So stop stopping yourself out inside of your area. You're allowing your area of movement to stop you out for some reason. Stop doing that. You have to understand your liquidity box. You're in liquidity. And you're just letting your liquidity stop you out. So look, now you see we're at a flexion between the down and the up. What does that mean? We're at a 50-50 shot. Now is when you got the 50-50 shot. You know, other people may think stock market goes up or down. That's 50-50. That's only if you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that makes sense to like people that don't really have experience, but you kind of know, right? I'm not saying every time, but on the balance of probabilities, it's not that confusing. We just get too anxious because we want to make money, and we don't want to we want to try to get the best price fill possible. We don't want to see one red candle on any of our trades. That's what stops us. We don't like seeing the red candle. But you need to understand, the red candle is the thing that makes the whole market move. You need the red candle. You got to have the retracement to gain the liquidity, to grab it from somewhere, right? There's, like, I know, I get it. I had a 50-50 shot, but based on a balance of probabilities, I knew we were going to the 5 MA. And if I was wrong on that, going to the 5, which is why all my paths went to the 5, I would have been okay with being wrong with that, because that is a reasonable call, right? That's not unreasonable. I don't need to be perfect. That's a perfectly reasonable call. And if you didn't know that, that's why you're here. Now you do. That's not unreasonable. So if you took a trade thinking, okay, it's going to go to the 5, it may not look pretty, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you don't overstay your welcome. Understand your movement. Understand the liquidity you're in. Don't stop yourself out inside your own liquidity. At least wait till you get to the next liquidity. Anyways, I've been preaching. Let me let this settle out. I'm gonna... Yeah, I had kind of a sluggish start. So give me a second. I'm gonna let this settle out. I'm gonna walk around. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Send me an email, LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. Stop being lazy. All right, let's see if we're gonna build in blue and break the magenta, okay? That's for Discord. I prefer we get a good test on this magenta. So if we get like a this is gonna be a 1 until we test it, measure risk to reward to green. We want to see a BRR of green. So magenta's the test, BRR of green's the actual thing. So look, we're in blue until we're not. Okay. If we get this weak bear cycle, let's see if we get a weak bear cycle. that carries us above magenta. Do you see how we identified this liquidity, this shaded liquidity in the middle? We already identified this. We knew our top liquidity, our bottom liquidity, our middle, and our no-go, our no man's land. We already identified this, right? You see the green, you see the red, you see the no man's land. Ain't nobody doing this. No one's doing this. I'm sorry. It just doesn't exist. What they do is they make everything so convoluted and confusing that no matter what, the result has to be correct without any data or reasoning why, other than vibes. At least everything I say, I have a reason for it, right? And everything I say, there's like mechanics within the market that make it happen. Okay, so there's a difference there. But no one's doing this type of precision work. It doesn't exist on the internet. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. And I'm not saying someone drawing lines on a screen. I'll put $100 up right now. I'm saying with precision, accuracy, to the degree of what I provide. Yeah, I get it. That may be a judgment call. That may be a judgment call. So maybe a stupid challenge. I'll be here. I'm just going to be quiet. We need to break this liquidity on the 5. We're still on the 5. All right, look, we're either making a shoulder here or we're making a flexion for the bounce up. Right here. We're either making this little knuckle right here. It's either making a right shoulder or the flexion. So be patient. Here, I'm gonna clean up the chart just a bit. Watch. See a little bit of lick, let it clear. Now look, if you're trading in here, that's on you. Your safety is going to be somewhere below 682.67 and somewhere above 684.85. Until if none of that happens, you're in chop. I'm testing this green. It's not. It's definitely not green. I'm doing a test. I'm doing a test. Is it green? Did I get green? We're gonna see if the other way. Let's test it first. Hold on. We're gonna see if the other way is gonna be build in purple and break green. We gotta give it a second though. Let's see if it retests 83.33. I don't think it should be green. Man, I didn't think that was green. Give it a second. I'm not convinced this is green. I'm not convinced this is green. Just give it a second, because I was just throwing stuff at the wall here. That's not. Just pay attention to what I'm saying right now. This is not a thing. This is not a thing. Give it a second. It's. I'll find it. Give me a second. All right, let's see. Let's try this one. This one looks pretty good. I'm just going to drag this liquidity box over a little bit. Let's wait for this to break. I'm actually still not completely satisfied with green, but okay, you know what? Don't worry about green yet. I'll let you know when. It might be. It's holding up, so we'll let it play out. We need to test it first, so we'll let it play out. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Instead of trying to guess, we'll just let it play out. right? We're at our 50-50. We're at our zone of 50-50, right? In between the up and the down. So let's wait. I guess you got to protect this trade. I didn't really like green, but protect your trade. Okay, so we made it to no man's land. Just don't overstay your welcome, right? Because this is your red and this is your green. I'm telling you, this is chopping here. So just wait for one or the other to happen. If you're risky and you want to take this, that's on you. You're trading in the chop. So just don't overstay your welcome while you're in chop. That's what I'm telling you. If we get outside these ranges, maybe let it run a little bit. Okay. Okay, me personally, I'm telling you what my setups are. I'm waiting for a break and retest above the 5 in a convincing fashion, not just one candle. And for my puts, I'm waiting underneath 82.67. If something changes in between then, maybe, but we'll see. We gotta identify green. Give me a second. See how they're staying heavy in this liquidity box, right? Between the 5 and whatever level this is, bottom of this. Let this break. Let this break to one side or the other. And also, you're in the middle of the water here. This right, this in this zone here is the middle of the water, so be careful in here. You see where the setups are. If none of this happens, then you're better off, right? Otherwise, you're just gonna get stuck in the chop. This is why this is stress-free, because I'm telling you what needs to happen. And if it doesn't happen, then there's no trade. Very simple. You don't complicate it. Stop looking at candles thinking, oh, here's a big red one, it's gonna go down. Here's a big green one, it's gonna go up. I'm telling you what the criteria is. If you're in here, then you're okay with that. Don't have FOMO and don't get mad. All right, so we're looking for a build in purple, break a green, or a build in blue and break a magenta. Let's see if we get a little. Now, this doesn't count because we're at the 5, but look, watch. We're at the 5, so don't pay too much attention to this wedge right here. Okay, we identified our algos. It took a little bit of time, but we got there. Okay, now we know the setups, right? Now, if we get faked out here, I'm still probably gonna wait for green and red, but this is gonna be a good test. We'll test the theory. And look where we are. We're right in the middle of the water, so there's actually no trade here, right? There's no setup here. We're in the middle of the water. We need to have a break and retest above green. We need to have a maybe a dance right above 82.67. Right? This is the middle. This is the middle of the water. If you're trading in here, last time I'm going to say this, you're okay with the price. You're okay with buying and selling right in here. Okay, so we identify the setups. There. I'm going to walk around, circulate some blood. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Before I go, Discord, make sure you're checking in with your 5-minute chart every now and again, okay? Because the setup, the answer is already on your 5-minute chart. It's already there, okay? So look at your 5-minute chart. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Don't front run this. Allow whatever's going to happen. It'll be very obvious. It'll be very clear. Don't front run it. Just wait until you feel comfortable with the amount of movement. And then don't overstay your welcome. If you're in here, you already know that, right? Anyone, I'm telling you right. 83.49 is another flexion point, by the way. So be careful, right? Somewhere right here. 83.49. But look, you see this? This is liquidity building up. This is liquidity building up. When the order breaks, it's going to break, right? Once the order breaks, it's going to break. Learn how to identify liquidity, right? Liquidity builds up in diagonally and horizontally. Essentially, we could have. I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it. I'm not gonna mess with it. I'm also noticing a significant delay in on YouTube. It's like maybe 10-15 seconds or something like that, so be careful. It's just a lot more delay than I'm used to. You know, not that I have a delay set, because I don't, but eventually I will, by the way, but I don't now. I'm just telling you that maybe the internet's running a little choppy for me today. I'm noticing that there's a significant delay, maybe 15 seconds or something like that. So just be careful. If you're trying to trade off YouTube, it's a little bit delayed this morning. Whatever you do, just don't overstay your welcome. Let it be obvious to you. Let it be obvious. You're not going to be late. How many times did you think you were late on the call to the 5? How many times did you think you were late, even though you knew it was going to go to the 5? I'm just trying to say is stop getting faked out by the same thing over and over and over. Just, you gotta be a robot. It would be nice if we had another, you know, liquidity grab from Magenta, like a quick push up to Magenta to grab it before it heads out. That'll be, I'd like to see that, but if it doesn't, then you know, nothing you can do. This might be the liquidity grab right here. Maybe a quick grab of the 5 MA, and then maybe we can get to 80. What is this? 83.33. Just let it happen. Don't front run it. It'll be obvious. It's not going to be just one candle. It'll be obvious. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not going to be like, oh, well, did this one break? It'll be clear. Like, you'll know. You won't even need me to say anything. It'll be clear. Just allow whatever needs to happen. If you take a trade in here, you're okay with that. You're okay with the price. I'm showing you where your safeties are. Let's let this wedge break. Minimum, let's see if this is even a wedge, right? This is just my hypothesis. It's still, we need to prove it. See, remember I wanted to see a strong spike up before a little liquidity grab. Let's see if that was it. I want to see a strong spike up liquidity grab before it heads out. What is that? What is in my Discord? This has to go. What is that? What is that? Ah. Oh my goodness, I wish the world could have seen that. That was a crazy, that was okay. Oh my god, I click over into the Discord, I saw the, man, that made me blush. Okay, let's see what we got. Man, they're stuck between green and the 5. They don't want to let this you know, kind of looks like a bull flag. All right, let's see if it's like a bull flag like this. Wait for BRR the 5. Wow, look how perfect. Look how perfect they rejected the 5 and magenta. That's how you know these algos are solid. That's how you know. That's not an accident. The rejection on the 5, which is exactly on our magenta. This is why the algos are important. This is why we have a good win rate. This is why, right here. Okay. I'll be right back. Let me focus. I might take a gamble if this turns green on me. I might take a little gamble. We'll see. Let me let it play out. Let me see how this orange shapes up. We haven't had a strong buying channel yet, so let me wait for a strong buying channel. It just went right back to the top of the lick box. So wait for this lick box to break. This lick box holds the key. This lick box holds the key. Look how they're testing the grab liquidity. Grab this. Let's see if this is liquidity grab. This is why we wait for our setup. Okay. Protect your trade. Protect your trade. You're gonna have to give it some room, right? Because we're in the second half of the lick box. So let's see what we can get out of this. Okay. You see why I said protect your trade? Because we're inside of the liquidity box. You got to protect your trade, right? On the break or whatever, you got to chase it. You got to chase that. We just went over that. Now, we're going to see if this bull flag that I have on the screen is going to play out. We're looking for this bull flag on the screen. We're going to see if this is going to play out. So we want to break above the 5. We want to break above the 5 to see if that bull flag is going to play. Just be patient. We know where our setups are, right? Above the 5, somewhere down here for puts. Otherwise, you're okay with the price in here. I'm going to repeat this. You're okay with the price in here. The reason why we need to test these inside is to know if we get validation. That's why we always need to test. Now, if we get outside, then maybe let it run. But let me wait a second before I start gloating. I've learned to do that. I've learned to wait before I start gloating. Let me wait a second before I start gloating. We're testing the top of the lick box right now. Let's see if we break through. Let's see if we get another green candle above. Let's see if we grab the liquidity and then if it shoots us up. Not a huge fan of that wick, but we still got 10 seconds on the candle. If it starts to reject, this one's gonna get me. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. Still waiting before I gloat. It hasn't happened yet, so we need to wait before I gloat. Because I don't get it right all the time, so I'm okay with that. Gonna wait a little bit. We need to break this lick box here. We need to break this. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. Okay, I'm probably gonna okay, I can protect the trade. All right, the trade's protected now. Okay, trade protected. Just gonna let it run, see what happens. Can't lose from here. All right, look, let's analyze this really quick. Get your fingers off your stop loss. Listen to what I'm saying right now. All right, this is how we attack this, right? We look for the break of our green. The break of green, we knew we're in our liquidity over here, right? We knew this was the chop. We already identified this, okay? So you see they did a liquidity grab right here. That's why I tell you, if this breaks, you got to chase this. Well, if we get underneath here, then you let it go, right? So one of two things happened here. Either you took this trade and you got stopped out up here above the last high, right? And then, or you took this trade and you chased it because you knew we're in the liquidity. Cool. So our setup was, I mean, I don't want to gloat. I'm lying. Of course I want to gloat. Look at this bear flag. And I told you, oh, look, a bear flag. Here's another thing I want to point out. On YouTube, I drew this. Hold on, let me show you this. This has been up here forever. This has been up here forever, since this morning. I drew this flag. Look at the perfection. Look at the precision. This wasn't here when I drew it, right? This was not here. Rewind the tape. All right, start thinking about tightening up your stops, right? We reached key level. Rewind the tape. I drew this before it happened. The exact flexion right here before it happened. It's all on tape. Go rewind it. And you're still wondering whether you should join the Discord? Send me an email, LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. That's a pretty simple answer. Pretty simple answer. But you know what? A good question. Should you? I don't know. What does the data tell you? You tell me what the data says. Make up your own mind. Very clear. It's very clear what needs to happen. Exit strategy number 2, I believe, is break of and then key level. So you could have taken on key level. Number 1, you could have taken profit on the break of orange. Number 3, you're gonna wait for either green or purple, or you're waiting for this weak bear cycle. If you don't know what a weak bear cycle is, you gotta send me an email, LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. Let's see if this is gonna be the break and retest here. All right, see if we get another bite at the apple. One more bite at the apple would be nice. I'm probably gonna start adjusting my stop now, right? For the runners. I took my first profit somewhere on this in this candle here. I'm letting the runners run now. Okay, here goes my second bite at the apple, right? You see the strategy happening right in front of your face? You see it? I'm talking you through it. I'm walking you through it. You know all my trades. You see me take, you know what's going on, right? No smoke and mirrors here. I told you everything what was gonna happen, and now it's happening. I only drew it. I only drew it, everything. Get out of here. I only drew exactly where the price would be. Stop it right now. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. This is why I'm the best on the internet. I did this. I drew this on my own before it happened. Well before it happened. Go rewind the tape. You think these are parlor tricks? You're right. You're absolutely right. Look how tricky. It's so tricky that I drew this before it happened. That's how tricky it is. I drew this morning when market opened. That's how tricky it is. Look, how did I know? How? Come on now. How did I know that right here there's going to be a little dance? You know, it went a little further than I expected. No big deal. We already had that covered, right? Because we knew this is the center of our liquidity, no man's land, and to chase this. We already knew to chase that. You got to join this Discord. You're going to be prepared for every single move. Every single move. You'll be prepared. You don't have to win all of them. Just follow your strategy. Well, follow the strategy that I have set out. It works. It's our best bet. Now, what I'm not going to do is let my runners go against me. So that's what I'm not going to do. Like, I'm not that. No, I don't. Why? If I need to get back in, I'll get back in. But I'm not going to let it go against me. That's what I'm not going to do. You know, maybe. And me myself, you know, sometimes it goes and stops you out by $1, then continues. I'm not gonna let it go against me. Not even by $1. I don't care. Not even by $1. Meaning I'm not gonna take any loss on this. I've survived too much of this to start thinking about losses now. Hell no. Now it's only green from here, right? Now I can control how much I'm gonna make. Now I control it. When do I want to take profit? That's up to me. So I'm going to be okay with whatever I decide. I did the hard part, waiting for the second retest. Excuse me, the second bite at the apple. I told you it was going to happen. Now I'm going to start tightening up my stop. I'm going to, you know, I'm going to let it breathe a little bit, not too much. You know, I see high a day. I see liquidity here. I'll wait for the break and retest of liquidity. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not going to allow secured money to just go by because vibes. Hell no. If the vibes come back, then I'll be back. I'll be ready. How about that? I don't need to let my money go away. And that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to trail this probably aggressively at this point. If we get past high a day, then I'll let it run. Then I'll let it run. But until then, you gotta let it bounce between the 5 and this green, right? The 5 and the green on 84.85. You gotta let it bounce between there because that's where they're gonna keep grabbing liquidity. So trail it based on the 5, right? And then once you get above green, then you put your stop right below green. You let green form support. Once you get enough room past that, then you put your stop above green, right? Level by level. That's all you can do. That's all you can ask for. Now, how much you get out of the play, I don't control that. What I did tell you was, here's a bull flag. I even drew it. Number one, we knew not to get involved in here. I said it a million times. Number two, we knew our put setup was down here. I said it a million times. Number three, we knew that a bull flag was created. How do you know? Because I drew it. You don't have to know. Let me do the heavy lifting. You need to stop trying to get ahead of me and stop trying to think and stop trying to have bias. I let whatever happens happen. If this happens, then I know the price. If that happens, then I know the price. It has to be a series of if, then, robotic statements. It has to be. And if not, then you got to be okay with the result. Now I'm walking you through it. We're together doing this. You're not alone. You don't have to do this by yourself. Just get your fingers away from the sell button. You let it, give it time to pull back, and okay, now you start adjusting your stop a little bit, right? There you go. We're doing this together. You're not by yourself, okay? Just allow the thing to, here, look, another bite at the apple, right? We just walked through it. You're fine. We're together. Just stick with me. Stick with me. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I don't know if I want to survive a bear cycle, so I'm gonna tighten it. You know, this is a judgment call. This is on you. From magenta to green, that's all I could ask for. That's what, not that I was expecting, but that's all I could ask for. You can't ask for anything more. If it goes past this, great. So I'm gonna try to, this is where we need to really become disciplined, right? Don't look at the indicators, you focus on your strategy. Because the indicators can only tell you after the fact. They can't tell you what's gonna happen before. We have to use the data to make an inference on what is most likely to happen next, based on the data we just received from the past. So this is how I was able to identify the bull flag. This is why I told you, you got to chase this on the break of green. You got to chase this because we're in the uptrend, right? You see how I'm walking you through, telling you, you better get your finger away from that stop. All right, now you start adjusting little by little. Pull your stop a little bit, not a lot. You don't have to go, figure out the last high or the last low since we're buying calls. Now, if you're okay with taking profit here, take your profit on key level. Nothing wrong with that, right? The next setup's around the corner. You don't have to have FOMO if it shoots up. Have your strategy, whatever it is, and don't be upset with it, right? Because eventually, little tiny moves like this, what you're gonna say is, hey, look, I'm gonna put in 10 minutes of work here. I'm gonna take a big risk on the break of this because I believe we built in blue and we broke the magenta, just like LST said would happen, right? So LST said this would happen, and it happened. If LST is offering you 30 cents, you should be able to figure out, I mean, obviously it's more, but you should be able to figure out how to scale a 30-cent move at a 50% delta, right? So rough math, that's $15 plus or minus fees. So if you can manage minimum of 15, and I know it sounds like, well, $15, what the hell? We're gonna build your account. Stop being greedy. Stop being weird about it. You gotta build your account. Who do you think you are? So we're gonna build your account. Once you get a certain amount, you're gonna start to scale the account. You're gonna do multiple contracts, and you'll see that in 10, 15 minutes, instead of $15, it's gonna be $150, right? In 10 or 15 minutes. And then once you can start replicating it, then that $150 is gonna be $300 in a day, and you're done. 10, 15 minutes, well, you're gonna have to wait for the setup, right? You're gonna have to wait for the setup still. But you see, look, there's no reason that you can't do what I'm doing. It's only experience, time in the market. That's the only thing, that's the only difference between me and you. It's not that I have some other ability that you don't have. This is simply not true. I get lucky every day, 100% of the time. No, I'm just kidding. I've done a lot of homework on, look, there it is. Look at the money. Look at the money. You decide how much. Today's been a good day. Today's been an excellent day. Even if you got it wrong here, if you listen, it's hard to be wrong twice in a row, right? If our setup was on the green and you didn't get profit, you know, it took you out too soon, whatever it is. Or let's say you let it go against you. Our next setup was on the break of what? Magenta. Or if you wanted the break and retest of our 5, the break and retest, which I called out. Or if you look at the path I drew, we already knew everything that was going to happen. I in no uncertain terms. And here's the thing, you're sitting on the internet still wondering, like, should I just send this guy an email? And then I have the nerve for people to tell me this guy sucks. Okay. This guy sucks, but you're on the computer watching me. And then I sucks. Look at this money. There's nothing more I need to say. We're walking through it together. And if you're not in the Discord, that's fine. I still love you. But if you're in the Discord, you know I love you. You know we have this relationship. And your parents wouldn't understand. in the Discord we have this relationship and your parents won't understand. Look at green. This is for the world, right? The world was here for this one. You're welcome. You're welcome. Everyone. The price is going up, I'm telling you. And it's worth it. I don't even feel bad about it, right? It's still a great deal. No one's getting this. This is valuable information that I'm giving. You know, I've worked myself up to accumulate this this ability, and I'm letting the world join me on this journey. However, it's gonna come at a cost, and I don't feel bad about it. This is gonna change your family's life. And if you're worried about $100 now, you're probably not a good family member. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You're a good family member. You don't have to get it right every time, right? You don't have to. Don't let the red candle scare you and stick to the strategy. I mean, I already told you, in here, you're going to be okay with the price buying and selling. I said outside of this, let it run. At least wait for this. I said at least wait for the break and retest. I said at least wait for the break in magenta. Look, we broke whichever one you decided to do, right? The strategy was solid. It didn't matter which one you chose. Actually, I think exit number 2 probably wouldn't have helped you in this manner. It would have been difficult for exit number 2. It would have been difficult because you would have been touching the mouse too much, and probably would have messed up the trade. I'm gonna make another guardrail. Let's use this guardrail here, please. Use orange for guardrail if you're on single contracts. If you don't know what guardrail means, you gotta send me an email, LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com, or just stay broke. I don't care. It's your choice, your life. But me and this Discord, we're moving on with our lives. We're gonna make progress. We do it every day. And look, here's the thing, Discord. Let's say there's some trades and you get a little shaky and it shook you out and you're in your mind. I don't know what's happening, but I know what's happened to me, so I'm just talking from experience. And then you see the trade happen later on and you're really in your feelings about yourself, you're on the journey. This is the journey, right? You have to have these doubts. You have to get these scrapes and cuts and bruises to build your resilience. You got to get thrown in the pool. You got to fall off the bike. You got to fall off the bike. You got to get your knees scraped up. I'm sorry. This is how it is. Look, I put up the guardrails for you. We're talking through it together. Stop being nervous. Stop. You said you're going to be late, right? You're always afraid you're going to be too late on the move. This is what I want to focus on today. If liquidity is broken, stop thinking you're going to be late. It broke. The market, look at the money we're printing. Look at this amazing day. Even if you got it wrong, it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Even if you did get it wrong, even if you did, look at the recovery. You don't have to get all of them right if you manage your risk appropriately. This is what I'm saying. This is risk management. I don't know the direction of the stock market. I'm managing the risk. That's how we do this, okay? I'm managing the risk. Look at, there's nothing more I can, we're talking through it together. The fact that my inbox isn't flooded. Look at this in, Oh man, it doesn't get any better. I love you guys too. Hold on, let me check on my Discord. Oh man. All right. Mr. Chris, DJ, DC, Trade Day, Rhino. All right, we had a good day. Don't overstay your welcome. I'm gonna cut some of these runners now. If we get underneath this dotted line, I'm gonna cut my runners, or some of the runners. I'm gonna let maybe like 4. I'll keep 4 of them going. I'm gonna give it a little more room. Boom, right there. That's it. I'm gonna keep 4. If it goes below here, I'm gonna get stopped out, and I'm gonna keep 4 runners going. I'm gonna keep those other 4. I'm gonna keep the stop right above green. The entry was on probably this candle right here, somewhere right here. Yeah, I went in on this candle, and then immediately it wicked, and I was like, oh geez, please don't do this. not on live TV. Don't do this on live TV. But yeah, it wicked. I just held, and then yeah, we got out. So I got stopped out here for first, or wait, somewhere on the break of orange. I think I got stopped out, and then I kept runners. So runners are still going. Money lizard. Oh man. So you see how like I drew, you know, the push up, pull back, push up, pull back. So, you know, don't be surprised if it kind of mimics my watch. Push up, pull back, right? Push up, pull back. It might mimic it, right? I'm not saying it's going to be exactly on the price. You know, sometimes I get this right 80% of the time. Hold on, let me focus right here. All right, this took out my other. I got 1/3 of contracts left. I'm going to leave them on. Actually, I'll leave them on. No, I'll leave them where they should be. I'll leave them on green. I'm going to hope for a weak bear cycle, and then I'm going to leave them on green. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, this was an amazing play. This was this is our strategy to perfection. This is what we like. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna let this settle out. I'm gonna leave my stops right here for my runners. Yeah, I just need to take a quick break, circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Give me one moment. Okay. Hey, that bull flag. Look at this bull flag. Absolute perfect bull flag. Okay, let's review the trade. We identified early we wanted to build in blue and break magenta, right? So hopefully everyone wrote that down. Or it was going to be build in purple and break the green. So we were able to maybe capitalize a little bit on this one. This one was a tough catch because the candle broke through. So this one was tough. Not impossible, just tough. Yeah, again, I'm seeing like, I don't know, maybe like a 15-second delay on YouTube. So be careful if you're trading off of YouTube. Just join the Discord. Stop being weird. LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm going to clean up the chart. Today's been absolutely stellar. Look, I mean, I don't know where you're getting this type of information from, but you're here with me, so let's go through it together. I'm going to clean up. This bull flag worked out perfectly great. It's amazing how the bull flag worked inside the magenta, right? You guys, you starting to see structure now? You see how structure works? If that wasn't the perfect exercise in market structure, then I don't know what is. So all of this played out. I did my job today. Perfect bull flag, right? If you don't know, now you know what a bull flag looks like. I drew it. I got lucky on this. I got lucky that I drew the exact flexion point, but even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Let's see if we get a retest and a reject off this green here. Oh my goodness. Would you look? Okay, listen. If you're on YouTube, you don't have access to the 5-minute chart on the Discord, right? So the Discord members, we already knew to expect a touch of this teal for a rejection, right? We already knew. If you're not in the Discord, it's going to be very difficult to trade. I'm telling you, it's going to be very difficult. It's only like I had this done before the market opened. Listen, Discord, I told everyone, look at what I put on the 5-minute chart early this morning, right? I said, look at the 5-minute chart. This has been here. We knew it was going to go up to this point. I don't know if you guys can understand what's happening, but we got a special thing going on here. Why? All right, let's see if this is going to be the break, retest, and reject off of green. Remember, we're looking for a break retest of our green. Let's see if we're gonna get this. You need to start asking yourself, is this blue, the build in blue, thin liquidity? You need to ask yourself this question. Your risk to reward on magenta is to the high of day. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay, look, breaking magenta to our key level. Don't overstay your welcome, right? I told you that was gonna happen on the break and retest. Easy. It's too easy. Right? It's too easy. Now we're gonna look for the same pattern. Look, the same pattern that I drew all since this morning. It's just been the same pattern. You need to identify the pattern. We'll be fine. Just stay with me. Stay with me. If you're new, we're just getting started. Watch. Let's look at. I had a question the other day regarding the amount of time you need to spend on the charts. Let's look at the trading plan. Let me see which one. Oh, actually, a new one that I put. Hold on, let me see if it hit. Hold on. Let me flex on the Discord real quick. I want you to look at the one called Micro Breathe. Go into our what is it? Into our analysis, into our LiveSPY analysis. Click on Micro Breathe. I want you to look at that pattern. And then tell me if I wasn't precise. So the person that asked me the other day about having to sit by the computer all day, you don't. Look at your trading plan. Look at the Micro Breathe. Now keep in mind, Micro Breathe, this is something I made up on my own, right? That doesn't exist in the stock market world. This is just in my head. But look at my thought. Mr. Solitaire, you know, hold on, what the hell? The stream just stopped for some reason. Give me a second. I don't know why the stream just stopped, but it did. Okay, it's back. What was I saying? Darn it. Okay, Mr. Solitaire. You don't have to sit by the charts all day. Look at my trading plan. Look at the micro breathe. You plan around that, right? You plan around that. You look to see when the key levels get tested. You put your alerts. You plan. Look at my micro breathe right now. Everyone in the Discord. If you're not in the trading plan, I don't know what you're doing. I'm putting those together for a reason. Now, no one in this Discord has ever seen me write micro breathe, ever. It's never happened, but it happened today. So if you don't understand, we have something special, right? We have something special. This is not an accident. None of this is an accident. If you think you're here right now based on coincidence, you're wrong. We all made conscious decisions to be here with one another right now. None of this is an accident. All of this is on purpose. If you're not following your purpose, then you're lost. You think this is, look, I told you where your take profit was on the break of magenta, right? You can only ask for this much. None of this is a surprise. Now, Mr. Solitaire, there's nothing more I can do other than literally drawing the direction of the price before it happens. Now, if you're looking for a trading community or call out signals, whatever it is, it doesn't get much better than what's happening here. It simply cannot, right? If 30, 40, well no, today I think it was like 25 minutes or something like that. I had a late start this morning. But either way, it was before the market opened, right? So you don't need to sit here by the chart. You can just check in, figure out where we are, what the setup is, and then you'll know. You don't need to sit here minute by minute, Mr. Solitaire, right? It's not a thing. At some point in time, I'll set alerts. I'll tell you, hey, set alerts here. You don't need to sit here and watch the stock market second by second. For what? Let me do that. That's why I'm here. You don't need to do that. Just don't overstay your welcome. Understand your risk, right? We knew break a green, or excuse me, we knew on the break of magenta, we can only ask till 85.36. That's exactly what happened, right? If you understand your risk, you'll know, right? In order for us to go long again, we know we need to build in blue. We got to build in the blue. We need to build a liquidity in blue. That's why I just told you, ask yourself, is this enough liquidity in blue? Because our setup is build in blue, break in magenta. So we want blue to build before we break the magenta. Is it making sense now? Does this make sense? It has to build liquidity. So when we stop them out, it gives us, the market now has to fill the order somewhere. So when everyone gets stopped out on the 5, right, it's going to be liquidity grab to the 5. Everyone gets maybe a little bit below, right, to get the stop losses. So you have to watch out for the liquidity grab and then the push up. The same thing that happened where? Right here. So now you know the pattern. You have no excuse. You have zero excuse. This is why you're here, for the experience to know. The experience to know what to look out for. It's not that you don't have the ability to be a good trader. The ability to be a good trader simply lies in sticking with your strategy. Simply lies in not letting the red candle scare you, right? That's being a good trader. All right, look, this is how easy this is gonna be. I'm gonna break this so easy, so easy. Watch. I told you guys, today's gonna be a straightforward day. Watch. Look how easy this is gonna be. Okay, so we broke this liquidity box, broke it. We're retesting it. Now we're gonna see if we're gonna reject off of it. So again, we broke this liquidity here. We're retesting the liquidity here. And now we want to see if we're gonna grab the liquidity from here to push up. So we need blue to give us the strength to grab the liquidity to push up. If none of that happens, then there's no trade. Okay? Now, the stock market goes in two directions. Here's the other setup. We want to break the liquidity here, retest it, and reject. There you go. Now you know the setups. Now you know. And it's going to be very obvious. Like when I told you, look at this bull flag that's forming here. I told you, oh look, here goes a bull flag. Perfect bull flag. It'll be very obvious, right? None of this is a surprise. Now, how you play it, that's on you. That's the only thing that's the one missing link that I can't get through to your mind. This is gonna take you to go through the experience to get stopped out, or you see continuation when you stopped yourself short. You're gonna have to go through those experiences to get the knowledge and the time you need to be the trader you want to be. You have to go through the experience. I have to throw you in the water. You have to just swallow some of the nasty water a little bit so you know exactly what you don't want to do. So just let this happen. We're in the liquidity. We have to let the liquidity break. Very similar to over here. We have to let this liquidity break. As long as you don't overstay. Now, here's the thing. With the strategy that we've come up with, you know, you're not going to get 100% of the move, right? But we're reducing our risk. We reduce the risk. Now we get less reward, but it's also less risk. And I'm pretty risk. You know, I'm not really risky type. But we know our setups, right? It's build in purple, break of green, or build in blue and break of magenta. That's what we got. Okay, I'm gonna walk around for a second and circulate some blood. I suggest you do the same. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, my bad. The YouTube's not delayed. I guess was rewinded or rewound back in my timeline. So never mind, it's not delayed by as much as I thought. My bad. All right, look, Discord. This is movement break retest I'm talking about, right? So candle break and retest is literally within the same movement. The candle breaks, retests, and rejects, right? The movement break and retest is like this. Look, we have a break in purple. We have a retest in blue. Now let's see if we reject outside of what is this? Magenta. So right, build in purple, or excuse me, build in blue, break the magenta. So we're gonna see, and then we'll secondary liquidity here, and then again, high a day. That's all you can ask for. Now, if it doesn't get to high a day, then we see weakness in the trend. If we start rejecting underneath 85.38, then we see weakness in the trend. Okay. So understand the difference between a single candle break, the next candle retest, and the next candle rejects, right? We want to see a movement break and retest, which means in our algorithm, it's going to break, then it's going to retest, and then it's going to reject. Okay? Now, if it doesn't do that, then there's no trade. Very simple. Don't complicate this. If you're trading in here, you're okay with the price. If we get below, maybe let it run. If we get above, maybe let it run. Right? You gotta let it run to the next key level. Oh, you don't have to, but you know, take profit whenever you want. Anyways, we see our setups. Let's let one of them happen. Let's let one of them happen. I'll be right back. Don't overtry. I'm just going to be sitting here quiet. There's nothing for me to say, right? We're waiting for the setup. I've explained the whole setup. If you don't understand the setup, you need to send me an email. Don't sit there quiet. LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. It's free for a session. Try it. Doesn't cost you anything. You're only going to gain knowledge, I promise. And you might see some funny GIFs. It's not for the faint of heart. So be an adult. And don't be too serious. Now on this break in magenta, you know it's gonna want to dance, right? Because it's gonna be between magenta and what is this, high a day. So expect this little dance right here if it wants to head up. Now listen, if you're on YouTube, listen, you're gonna have to trust me. On our 30-minute chart, on our trading plan this morning, I had drawn out this perfectly, absolutely perfectly. You don't have to believe me. Matter of fact, don't believe me. Send an email. I'll send you a link to the Discord, and you can see for yourself the time, the date and the time, and the exact path that I drew. You don't have to believe me. Do your own research. Don't listen to the voice on the other side of the screen. You will see that before the market opened, I actually had this path drawn. Accept the challenge, I dare you. And it's also not like we didn't know, right? And if we didn't have the proof, you can actually rewind this tape from this morning and you can see that this was already on here. You're probably gonna have to go the first few minutes of the day, but you can see that this was already on here. So we knew that this morning we're gonna have a push up. We already knew that, but you're not in the Discord. You didn't know, but now you do, so you have no excuse. So look, if you understand liquidity, then you'll understand that this play could last up here however long it's gonna last, right? Until it does this. So allow this to happen. Whenever that is, allow this to happen whenever that is. You're not going to be late, don't worry. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Here, look, I'm going to draw the paths again, just in case, right? We want to see if we're break, retest, and rejecting, or we want to see if we're making this. So one of those two things is going to happen. How you play it, that's on you. Okay, really quick personal announcement or PSA, public service announcement. Don't be the guy who or the girl who thinks that I'm not paying attention and you're gonna try to, I don't know, send me a whole bunch of emails with different names to try to confuse me, and maybe, I don't know, you might get some extra time. That's not gonna happen. I'm paying very close attention. So yeah, don't try to trick me. It's not gonna work. Maybe for like a day or two, but it's not gonna last. Don't shortchange yourself. Just trying to make money in the stock market. Don't shortchange yourself. Look, allow this thing to happen, right? You don't want to get stuck like this. Allow it to happen. You're in between key level and the 5. So let it break. And if it doesn't, then there's no trade. See what I'm saying? Allow this to happen. It's not going to be just the break. It needs to, it's more than just the break, right? It has to be more than just that. Allow the break and retest. I'm just going to clean up the chart so people aren't confused. I'm just cleaning up the chart, right? Recap. We don't want to get stuck between the 5 and this key level, 85.38. So we're trying to avoid getting stuck in between here. Now, our entries should be on the break of this magenta. However, they're building magenta up. They're building it. So wait. Now you're still above the water. So if you're in a call, you should be exercising strategy 3, I believe. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. Allow this liquidity box to clear. Allow this one here to clear out. So let's say you're in calls. Unfortunately, your stop is going to have to be at the 20 because this is your lick box. So if you're in calls, your stop has to be, you know, at the 20, somewhere down here. It's uncomfortable, but that's what it is. Now you're hoping for a weak bear cycle. You're hoping for a weak bear cycle to carry you above this magenta here. So whatever you're in, stick to your strategy. Just allow it to happen. If it doesn't work, then you know where the setup is on the other side. So just be patient. Now ideally, because we're stuck in the liquidity here, like this is going to be the middle liquidity, right? No man's land. We would like a green to form probably around here. So once we start taking this liquidity out with a break of green, right, somewhere like this, then we're going to look for green for puts. But if we're above, I mean, for sure, if we're above 84.31, we're not looking for puts. We have to be below 84.31 before puts. It has to be. There's no other way. We cannot look for puts until we get below 84.31, because otherwise you're trying to call the top. You don't know that this is the top. So don't front run it. Allow whatever needs to happen to happen. It's a wide range. Meaning, if the price doesn't get up here, there's no play. If the price doesn't get down here, then there's no play. You're stuck in the liquidity box, right? Allow it to break. You're not going to be late. What happens is you enter trades in the liquidity box and then you don't allow the liquidity to settle out, so you don't know if you're going to win or lose. You exit before the liquidity's had a chance to clear as a loss, right? Or a break even. You have to allow it to clear. You know, take your trade. Whatever happens, happens. You got to be okay with it. You got to be a robot. You got to be a robot, because the emotions, they're not going to do you any good. Just understand, I'm in the liquidity box. I'm okay with the price. Understand, I'm above the water. This is what I need to do if I'm in a call, right? Understand what your strategy is. It can't just be, I see a red candle, now I'm scared. It cannot be that. Okay? So whatever it is, you'll be fine. Stick to it. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Just follow your strategy. Just one time. Just do it. You know what the pitfalls are. You know what to watch out for. Now set your stop. Allow the play to move. If it's winning, allow it to win. If it hasn't lost yet, meaning if it hasn't stopped you out, if you set your stop appropriately, then let it keep playing out. But stop moving your stop as soon as you take a trade. How can you expect to get the 20-30 minute amount of money move if you keep moving your stop within 30 seconds? You see your liquidity box. That means you have all this cushion. You have all this cushion. So use it. Whatever you're in call or put, you know, hopefully your puts underneath the 5, but you know, definitely underneath 84.31 and definitely underneath 83.33, right? You see how I have the put set up. But we need to get there level by level. So look, allow this to happen until this happens. Until we break, retest, and reject. That's all you can do. As long as you're above the water, that's all you can do, right? Otherwise, you're going to keep stopping yourself out in every other turn. So I'm being a little less lenient with you guys. Now it's time to get serious, right? I'm not gonna allow you just to keep constantly making the same mistakes. You know, to a certain degree, I'm like, look, you're all adults. You're gonna make your own trades, but you know, at a certain point, I see you all as you know, I care about you. So I'm gonna tell you if you're fucking up, or excuse me, if you're messing up. Now you know what it needs to look like. So you shouldn't even be concerned about puts until somewhere down here, right? You're looking for your call entries. Look, you see how we had liquidity under the 5. Then we broke above the 5. We had liquidity above the 5. We retested liquidity on the 5. Now we're seeing if we're going to break the liquidity. Right? You stick to your strategy. Stop. Excuse me. You got to stop moving your stop loss. Allow whatever's going to happen. You're above the water. Right? Okay. You see how that red candle scared you for no reason? Okay. Now you got to be a robot. Now you see why I'm saying be a robot? Oh, maybe you feel better now. You're like, oh, okay, I got 2 green candles. Now I feel better. And now, oh, red candle. Now I feel bad. This is the wrong state of mind. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. You worrying about it is irrelevant. It's only going to be a detriment to you. You're going to work against yourself mentally. Take your trade, put your stop, walk away. You know what the setups are. You know where your stops need to be. If you're not doing that, then we know how to make a correction, right? Then we know exactly what we need to fix. So let it happen. Let me focus really quick. I'll be right back. Hold on. I need to focus. Give me a second. Buying calls here at the top is kind of sketchy. Yeah, buying calls here at the top is kind of sketchy. This is our 50-50 flexion. We're at the 50-50 flexion point now, right? We're gonna see if it's gonna reject off this secondary liquidity teal, or if we're gonna push up above it. So we're at the 50-50 on the 5-minute long-term chart. You better stick to that strategy, whatever it is. How many times are you gonna get disappointed by not doing it? You're gonna feel better. Listen, if you stick with it and it doesn't work, you'll feel better than not sticking with it and having it go against you. Trust me, you're gonna feel much better about it if you at least stuck to your guns. Look, you're above the water. If you get below the water, then start thinking. At least let that happen. Because what you don't want to happen is a big candle down, liquidity grab to the 5, and then it push you back up. So you need to have your strategy set in place. Be okay with whatever you get or don't get. Okay, I'm starting to lose confidence in this magenta. We're gonna see if they're gonna change up the algo, or if we're entering into a new one. We got to be careful because we're at the 50-50 flexion, right, on the 5. So it's either gonna shoot up or shoot down from here. So we don't know. This is our 50-50. So if you're in your trade, let it play out, whatever it is. If not, wait for your setup. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Again, I warn you, don't get caught in between key level and the 5, right? If you are, you got to stick to your strategy and allow whatever is going to happen, because you're already in it. You're already in it, right? So you got to stick to it. You're above the water. Either you're going to let it run or you wait for it to get below the water, you wait for your stop to trigger. Otherwise, you're just going sideways. You have to wait to see who wins. So it doesn't make sense to try to move your stop now because you don't know who's going to win, because you're still in the liquidity box, right? I'm just moving it over slightly. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. There's nothing to do, right? We're waiting to see if we're going to grab liquidity off the 5 to the push up, or if we're going to break retest underneath the 5. That's what we're waiting for. So here's the shoulder for the break and retest under the 5. Here's the liquidity grab from the 5 to push up. So we're going to see we're at the 50-50 now. The path down is going to look like this. So even if it does visually look like it broke the 5, it could just be a liquidity grab. So you got to be careful. If it does, you know, strong push down to the 5, you got to watch out that it's not a liquidity grab. Yeah, underneath 84.31, I would probably start thinking the other direction. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. Okay, let's see what they want to do. We got, we're near the 5. Let's see what they want to do now. If we get a weak bull cycle, start thinking the other way. Okay, so here's the liquidity grab here. Here's the liquidity grab. Are we gonna retest and reject? Or are we gonna grab the liquidity and it's gonna push us down? We're gonna find out. Here's the liquidity grab coming up here. So I kind of like how it broke. It went to the 5. It went right back to my flexion and started rejecting. So, but you know, we don't want to get stuck between this liquidity now. We have to wait to see what happens off the 5. We have to wait. Whatever your position is, you gotta wait to see what happens off the 5. We need to see what happens at this next cycle. If we get below 84.31, start to look the other way. If you took break of green, you gotta protect your trade. You gotta protect this trade. It went to key level. If you're waiting for the break and retest of 85.38, remember, we wanted to wait for this and just wait for that. Remember, wait for that. So if you're waiting for that, wait. We got to see what happens here on the 5. We need to see if they're going to grab liquidity and push up or if they're going to push it down. We're on the 5 now, so just allow it to happen. See how it broke through? Now we're gonna see if this is gonna be the liquidity grab for the push up, or if they're gonna break, retest, and reject underneath this lick box here. So now we're gonna find out. Let's see if this candle can tell us something with this wick. Let's see if this wick can help us out, okay? It has what? Oh, 20 seconds on the candle. This is gonna be an important candle right here. Now, if you're in calls, you are hoping this is going to be a full bull cycle. You're hoping this bull cycle takes us above 85.38, and you've been holding for a very long time. But this is where you need to start adjusting your stops, right? Because if it's going to go against you, this is where it's going to happen. So you need to start putting your stops now. All right, this is what you waited for all this time, so now we're gonna see. Now we're gonna see. I'm just cleaning up the chart just a little bit. At this point here, our ideal would be a break above 85.38 with this right here. See this little path right here? This would be ideal for us. A break and retest above 85.38 for calls, right? If you're looking for calls. But you know, I'm also seeing that this magenta they're starting to not respect, so it should be the break in magenta, but I think the algo may be changing now, so just need a little bit of time. But for sure, calls above this 85.38. Puts, it has to be a break and retest underneath the 5. Right? We're still in this liquidity box. See it? The liquidity box hasn't broken yet. We're still in it. That's what I was telling you. I don't. This liquidity box, I don't know how long it's gonna last, but it's gonna be between the 5 and the key level. Wait for the break, retest, and the reject. You have to. Otherwise, we're somewhere down here with this secondary green here that I have. I don't know when this green's gonna happen, but it has to be somewhere down here. So these are the setups. If none of that happens, then there's no trade. And if this rejects here, you can only ask for to the 5. And then hope that it doesn't, right? hit the 5 again and just continue up the 5. You see, we're still in this top liquidity box. We're seeing if we're going to move into this bottom one. So just allow the play to play out. I'm starting to lose faith in this magenta, but it's... Hold on. Hold on. Okay, let's see what we got. We're at the 50-50 here, right? This is our 50-50. We don't know what's going to happen here. So we're looking out to see if this is a liquidity grab for off the 5, which, you know, we already talked about this. If, you know, they might liquidity grab off the 5 to push up. We already talked about this. So this is going to be pretty much your final chance if you're in calls. If you're not, if you don't adjust your stops and if you're not trailing it properly now, probably along purple, it's probably not going to happen for calls, right? So this is where you need to understand market structure. If you understand market structure, if you're in calls, you're still in the play. And you're adjusting now, right? So now that you've waited, maybe now, if you're in calls, you can at least start stopping the bleeding. At least you can, right, start stopping the bleeding. Or you're allowing your winner to win. So I'm telling you the psychology you need to have if you are in a current trade. Now for puts, we shouldn't be in puts until, you know, somewhere below here. Somewhere below at least 84.31, and then this rejection here will give us our trigger to know that that's probably that 84.31's on the way. So let's let this clear out. We have to let this box clear out. Don't let the one candle fool you. It'll be clear, right? You still have liquidity to the 5, so don't get caught in this liquidity up here. It'll be clear, right? Our puts have to be somewhere down here. This is what we're looking for. We need to see some momentum. We need to see maybe a rejection underneath. Okay, hold on. Let it happen. Let it happen. There we go. Let's see if we get underneath the 5. Man, I don't like that this is our other green that I was talking about on the 5. I'm not a big fan of that, so. If you're risky, you're going to take this green. If you want safety, it's going to be here. If you're risky, you're going to take this green. If you want safety, just wait till somewhere around here. There you go. All right. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Solitaire, if you have any questions, please ask. That's what I'm here. Just so we're very clear, right? There should be no, we should have a very clear understanding of what the setups are. I don't want you guys to ever wonder like, I wonder what the next setup is. We should already know, or we're waiting for the setup. Okay. Now again, I need to make sure that we're underneath this 5. So I want to wait for a break and retest. If you took this green, you know, you're a little riskier than me. You know, I'd probably feel a little more comfortable with this one here, but we're gonna see. Break. This is a break. This is a candle break and retest. Let's see if we get the candle break retest. You know, we prefer the movement break and retest, but we have to allow this liquidity grab. You know, it has to be like this. There's no other way. Don't front run it. It'll be obvious, right? If we break, retest, and reject underneath the 5, allow it to happen. I know you kind of see like, oh well, look at the momentum pushing. I get it. I get it. But I'm just trying to protect you against that stop hunt. Your best bet is the break, retest. If you don't have your stop set appropriate and you're trying to play the game inside of this area, I'm telling you right now, this is all the liquidity. So you have to be comfortable with wherever your stops are, right? If you're buying puts, your stops have to be above the last high and you're going to allow it to play out. If not, you know, then what are you doing? You need to work on a strategy, some type of strategy. I've already given you the entries, right? Now, if you took this green, you know you're in the water. Don't overstay your welcome. Your trade's protected. I think maybe a fake out up here. Somewhere up here is probably a fake out, but I did warn against the break, you know, don't get caught in here, wait for the break and retest, so I don't feel bad. If you took this green, you have to protect this trade. This is where all the volatility is going to be. So the money is made. What you do with it, that's on you, right? I told you, it's either going to reject here or underneath here. There's nothing more I can do, right? You had a 50-50 shot. So how you play it from here, even if you got it wrong over here, you can't be wrong twice in a row. That's what I'm trying to say. It's very hard to be wrong twice in a row. Our setup was the break of green. And our other setup was the break and retest of 85.38, right? Go rewind the tape. You got to pay attention and write it down if you need to. You don't have to get them right every single time. If you don't over leverage, you'll be fine. And you have to let your winners win, right? You can't just keep taking losses and then you don't allow the winner to fully play out. So you need to work on your exit strategy. The entries are fine. We got the entries. Just work on your exit. All right? I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to let this play. I'm going to monitor my trade. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Now, if you took green, your stop should be, you know, probably somewhere up here. You got to allow it to breathe a little bit. So you can't lose from here. We're in profit. You can't lose. Even if you got the worst possible fill, you can't lose. So just allow your winner to win. Okay? Don't let well, it's going to be a green candle. The opposite. Don't let the inverse candle scare you out. Allow it to win. Work on your strategy. We had a good entry. Even if you got it wrong, it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. You should have entered on the break and retest when I said this is the retest. But whatever it is, work on your exit. Now today was a little rough because we had to do a chop here. We had a 1 win here. And this is choppy up here, so today wasn't that easy. You just had to be patient and wait for the actual structure to play out. Today was it was liquidity grab to liquidity grab. That's what today was. Well, the morning session. Let's look at our 5-minute chart. On the 5-minute chart, we trade off the 5-minute chart, okay? So we knew what the criteria was for the 5-minute break, right? We knew we needed to break, retest, and reject off of this magenta. But instead what happened is we rejected the teal. So this is all plotted on our 5-minute chart. We know exactly what to expect. We know that when we reach this resistance, we needed to break, retest, and reject. Up here, we needed to break. Look how perfect this is. What's the level? 85.40. Oh, look, 85.40. Okay, 85.38. Look, we needed to break, retest, and reject this magenta. Look at the look. Hold on, wait, watch. Look at the flexion on my handle. Look at the. Remember, I did this before the market opened. I did this before the market opened. Before you open up your little crusty eye with eye boogers, I already did this. I told you where it was gonna reflect, or the rejection, and I told you what it would need to break and retest. It's all on the 5-minute chart. This is absolute perfection. This is. Hold on. Does everyone see what just happened? Look, this is. If you're not on Discord, you don't have access to this. You didn't know that we already had the play set up. You didn't know that there's a shoulder right here at, what is this? 84.93 for puts. You didn't know that because you don't have access to the 5-minute chart. And you know you just missed out on all this money because you're being cheap. You didn't have to get it right. You didn't have to get it right every time. Look at the money we're printing. On the break, and I told you when I was retesting, I literally said it out loud at the 12:35 candle. Here's the retest, and then I told you, let me monitor my trade. Everyone knew I was in a trade. Look at the money we just printed on the break and retest. I waited for confirmation, right? I waited for the confirmation on with the 5. You know, you could have went off this one, off the rejection of the shoulder, but. I waited for a little confirmation. I didn't get as much reward, but I was okay with the risk. Right? When I saw this retest, I'm okay with the risk. Now I know I have something to go off of. I have data. I have a target of a stop loss, and I know if it goes above that, then I messed up. So this was an easy trade on the break and retest because I know where the stop is, right? And now I'm just letting the winners win. Let your winners win. You didn't have to get it right up here. We knew we had to break this liquidity box, either one side or the other. You see this liquidity box? Look, let me highlight. See this liquidity box right here? You have to pay attention. I told you, wait for it to break one side or the other. And I told you what it would look like when it does break it. It's either gonna be this magenta or this green. And I told you, if you're waiting for calls, this is what's gonna happen. You gotta rewind the tape. I said everything that was gonna happen. I said if you're waiting for calls, allow it to do this between the 5 and key level, break, retest, and reject. This is all recorded. This is all recorded, and I told you that our puts, first of all, we have to get below the 5 on a break and retest of the 5. That happened on the 12:35 candle when I said it out loud for the world to hear. And when I said, okay, let me monitor my trade now. So if you didn't make any money here, there's nothing I can do for you. You need to pay attention. There's nothing more I can do except tell you the answers to the test. I'm giving everyone the answers to the test. Now, when you're ready to start listening and collecting these A's, let me know. Send me an email. I'll be here. LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. Look at the money We had to be patient today. We had to be patient. I'm gonna let this play out. We just printed money. Still printing. I'm letting this play out. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I've been talking on mute. Look at the money we just printed. I did not know that this green. This is insane. Okay, look. I put this green here 45 minutes. I don't even know. I was on mute. I don't know what you heard, but listen, I'll recap it. This green's not supposed to be here. I guessed this. This is a guess. So don't overstay your welcome on this. This was a guess. This wasn't supposed to be here. I'm telling you, I literally guessed this. And this one too. This one too, and this one I guessed. So there's a part of me that wants to take credit, like, yeah, look how great I am. I knew that was gonna happen, but if I'm being honest, these were just like, you know, it's just a guess. I think I could have ran with that, boy. I could have ran with that. I could have done the smoke and mirrors, the parlor trick play. I could have ran with that, man. Next time I will. And look how perfect the liquidity box. Look at the bounce off the lick box. Listen, you're not getting this type of precision. All right, this one took me out. When this bounced here, this one took me out. So this was a good trade. I took it on this break and retest right here. If it keeps going, it keeps going. I'm not worried about it. I had my runners going. This one took my runners out. I don't have any more either. So we took it from right on the 5 pretty much. Stopped out right here for first set. Stopped out somewhere in here for the second set. So good trade. I'm okay with that. If you guys are still in it, you're below the water. Look to see if they retest. What is this? Retest the 5 for liquidity grab off the 5 and then the push down, right? So if you're still in it, you're still below the water. No, technically no need to leave the trade. This was my time though, right? So I know I'm not going to sit here and babysit this all day. What I will do is set you guys up because I'm going to call it for the day shortly. Actually, I've actually already done the whole day. I did the whole day this morning before the market opened. All of this, hold on, I gotta show everybody. Like, you guys just don't understand. This whole entire path was drawn early this morning while you guys are still in your beds and dreaming of whatever weird things you dream about. I had already drawn this. This was already done. We already knew. If you're not in a Discord, it's going to be difficult for you to trade. You're behind the 8 ball. See, look, if you're holding on to the trade, I told you you're below the water. No need to let go of the trade. You don't have to trade like me, right? You don't have to have I'm telling you how to make the money. I'm telling you how to make the money. Whatever you do with that information, that is on you. Look at the money that's been printed. Look at it. Even if you got it wrong here, even if you got it wrong up here, right? Let's say you bought a call here. Look at it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. If you follow the strategy, it is very hard to be wrong twice in a row. It's just very hard. You have to work against yourself. All right, good job. Good job. Hell yeah. I don't know if you guys hear me. I'm trying to verbally walk you through, get your hand away from that button, right? Get your hand away from it. Let it build. You guys don't let your contracts build money. Like, you want to get the 20-minute play, but then you get out in 30 seconds. Like, how does that? Or you want to grab the liquidity from here, but you don't let it break. You don't let it break the liquidity. You're not. You got to understand how to play the game, right? You got to let the liquidity. How do you think I was able? How do you think I know where? The truth is, I don't know. I'm studying the market structure. How did I know it was going to reject in this? But I didn't know. I didn't know. But what I did have on my side was a balance of probabilities, right? I know that if I see a certain pattern, I know if I get below a certain level, I know if I see a certain break and retest, what to expect. That's all, right? I didn't know this was going to happen. That's why I always have multiple paths. And that's why I call it stress-free trading, because it's very simply a matter of, if the price gets to this level, then we do this, right? Or if the price gets to this other level, then we do the other thing. That's how it should be. Doesn't mean you have to win every one. You have to understand the strategy enables us mathematically to come out on top at the end of the day, or at least at the end of the week, right? Because, you know, maybe you take a bad trade, one or two, and you just want to cool off. I get it. Okay, I'm gonna let this play out. I'll be right back. Hold on, let me see something. Okay, yep, just gotta let it play out. I already drew the whole path this morning. You don't even need to think. You don't even need to think. This morning I said we're gonna go to this point here. So wherever we are, we're going to this point. And if you didn't collect money there, there's nothing I can do. If you didn't collect money on the rejection, there's nothing I can do. I gave the entire play before the market opened. I mean, man, it's hard to explain how valuable this information is, and you guys are just getting it for like $100, and you're like, okay. It's like, it boggles my mind, man. It boggles my mind. I'm giving away like all the money. But here's the thing, I know how valuable this is, and hopefully you see it for yourself. And if you don't see the value, then day trading is not for you. If you don't see what's happening in front of your face, you need to figure out another plan in life. You need to figure out another plan. Now look, here's how we need to think about this. We're below the water. You know liquidity's here. You see that you don't know yet if this is just another liquidity grab to push down. You have to allow you're in the liquidity. You have to allow it to do the thing, right? We go level by level. That's all you can ask for. We went level by level. That's all we could ask for. Now, if you're doing anything outside of that, if you think every move is going to be 2-3 points, wrong. Wrong. But we're here doing it together. I'm showing you what the risks are. I'm showing you where the risks are. That's hard to say. Say that 3 times in a row. Yeah, it was beautiful. That was a good play. That was a beautiful play. Everything played out perfect, right? We used our liquidity, and look how you see how I kept extending the liquidity box, because I'm trying to show you guys these lick boxes, they mean something. They mean something because it always happens, right? Whenever the lick box breaks, if you just hold on, it'll go in your favor. It'll go to the next lick box. You just got to hold on. You control when you're going to take profit. Okay, I'm going to get up and walk around for a bit. I need to circulate my blood. I got a bad heart. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Look, again, just look for the bounce inside of this, inside of green, inside of red. That's what we have. Until we break red, until we break green, that's what we have. I've already set you up for the day. The whole day's been set up for you. Look, I'm tired of preaching. I gotta go take a break. I gotta take a walk. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I love you all. Give me a second. Look, for clarification, I'm still on my break. I'm not saying this is going to happen. What I'm saying is you have to watch out for this. Okay? I'm not saying this is going to happen. This will be invalid if we break and retest above the 5. All right, let's see if we get above the water and break magenta at the same time. I'm gonna clean up the chart a bit. Our head and shoulder played out. Now we need to look for the next setup. That's still a thing, right? So we need to see if we're going to grab liquidity off the 5 for the push down. This is still a thing. So otherwise, we're waiting for this. Let's see if we get a weak, what is it? Let's see if we get a weak bull cycle here. I'm just gonna take away this other yellow so the screen's a little not so messed up. Okay. If you took the flexion of the 5, you better protect that trade. You better protect that trade. Protect your trade on this flexion, right? You can't lose from here. You see, Mr. Solitaire, how we go level by level. We take the safety plays. We don't like the risky plays. We already know what the setup is, right? If you're waiting for the break of this green, expect it to do this. If it wants to, the break and retest might not be clean, like it might go sideways and then dump down. So just allow that to happen. If you're waiting for the green, allow this to happen. Now, if we break this yellow, let's see if we get our strong red move, 2 green, and then continuation red. Again, if we break the yellow, let's see if we get 2 green candles and then continuation in red, and then I'll move this over. So let's let that happen. Or we're still in yellow, right? Either one. All right, let's see if we get our 2 green and then continuation in red. Still in the guardrail. So look, if you're new, and the strategy is if you're taking the flexion or the either the right shoulder or the handle, whichever it is over here. If you're taking this, you got to go level by level, right? So now we're here, we're at our green. Now we're going to see what happens at green. We want to look for a dance here. We want to look for a dance before it heads out. We want to see a quick up, down, like that. Still haven't broken the yellow, so when we break yellow, we want to look for 2 green candles and then red continuation. Look, don't have a bias here. Let's look at the 5. Let's look at the 5, right? This teal needs to break for this to play out. Otherwise, we're going up teal, and maybe we're gonna break and retest this magenta. So don't overstay your welcome. You see where all the risks are. You see where all the risks are now. So Discord, you should be using your 5-minute chart, or all the charts really. Don't stay hyper focused on the 1-minute chart. I'll be here. I'm just going to be quiet in the background. Okay, just a PSA for the upcoming holidays. There is going to be a price increase for the Discord, so if you're interested, now's the time. At least get your free trial in now to see, because what's going to happen is you're going to try to do this off YouTube, and you may get comfortable. I don't know. And then when I pull the rug, you're going to be lost. And then when you go to join, it's going to cost you more. I'm telling you, I'm telling you what's gonna happen. You don't have to believe me. You may think, I'm not gonna jump. Okay, fine. That's up to you. That is up to you. I'm not gonna beg you to make money. I will not beg you to make money. That's up to you. All right, let's see if we get a little wedge forming between green and, what is this? Green and magenta here. Let's see if what happens here. But look, even if it does break magenta, your best bet is still going to be above green. This is still the setup. So if you can make something off the breaker here, great. If not, this is going to be your setup. That's why I have it green. Now, if this one works on the break of magenta, break of key level, and break of the 5 to the upside and the confluence, me personally, because it's in here, I'm probably not going to mess with it. I'll wait till we get up here. I probably won't mess with this. It's just because there's too much liquidity right here. There's way too much liquidity here. I need to be above 84, 85. If we're not above this, I'm not messing around in here. Even if it breaks, like convincing break of magenta, this is just me. I personally, I'll wait till we get up here. That's what I'm gonna do for calls. Even though I know this is the magenta call out, and even though I'm gonna say, see, look, I told you, breaking magenta, I'm telling you what I'm gonna do. And that's only if this happens, right? It's a set of if-then statements. If we break this, then I'm waiting for the break and retest above green. So it's very simple, stress-free trading. You don't even have to think. Matter of fact, stop thinking so much. Stop thinking too much. All right, let's see what we got. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. We want this 5 to break convincingly. I'll take the risk so you don't have to. I'll be the guinea pig, so you don't have to. So just if you're new, wait for up here. Let me do the risky stuff. So me, I'm willing to take the loss, right? If I get stopped out, I'm willing to take the loss. It's okay. I made enough to gamble, to have a little bit of betting money. I made enough just to have a little bit of betting money. I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm not gonna go negative for the day. I'm not gonna allow my stop to eat into profit for the day. But I'll take a little gamble here. Let it play out. Don't do it. I'm telling you where your safety is. Don't let me do this. Your safety for calls is up here. Let me gamble this, because you see the liquidity on the 5. This happened to me yesterday as well. Well, I took the gamble on the 5. It was to the upside though. Oh, actually, same setup. Wait till you get above this green, I'm telling you. Because it's going to be uncomfortable bouncing off of 5 and green. You're going to be uncomfortable doing that. I'll be okay. If it goes below green, I'll get out. I don't care. But don't you, as a new trader or watching me, wait till you get up here. There's too much. We have magenta, we have key level, and we have the 5 right here. This is, this is the biggest risk right here, because no one knows what's going to happen right here. Nobody. We're sideways. That's what we do know. We're sideways. We're back at market open. Oh no, we're a little bit away. Market open was 83. All right, we're a little bit away from market open. Yeah, so I'm telling you what I'm doing, right? I'm taking this risk. I know exactly how much I'm going to risk. It's not going to be crazy. I'm going to let this play out on green. All right, here's the psychology. Now I'm thinking like, okay, maybe stop the bleeding now, but I'm gonna wait for green. It's okay. I've already made my decision. I'm waiting for green. I'm also not going to let theta just eat away the contract, so I'm gonna monitor this. I'm not going to let theta just eat it away. So if I get stopped out on green, then my next question is, should I have put my stop below the liquidity box? That's going to be my question, but I've already determined that I'm not willing to take that amount of risk. So I've already determined that, but you should be thinking like that when you're in trades. Be okay with whatever's going to happen, or else you're always going to be moving your stop back and forth, and then the play is going to go without you, and you're going to forever be in this limbo of buy call, buy put. So there's half of me that wants the lesson to play out to where, you know, I show you why you should have waited till above green. But then, you know, there's the other half of me that's like, but I also don't want to lose any money. So we're struggling with that dilemma right now. But I was able to hold for a little bit, so now we're gonna get another bite at the apple. So now I can adjust my stops appropriately, right? I held another bite at the apple. Now I'm gonna adjust. So if I do take a loss here, it's not gonna be as painful, right? It's not gonna hurt. I'm just gonna let it play out now. I'm gonna be quiet. I just want you to hear me play-by-play psychology of how I'm reacting to the red candles, right? I took a risk, and I knew it was risky, and I decided where my stop was gonna be, and I'm sticking with it no matter what happens, win, lose, or draw, because if it doesn't work, I know where the next setup is, right? So we're doing this together. Now, I don't want you to trade like me. I just want you to understand my reasoning and logic. I want you to see if that makes sense to you so you can apply it to your own trades. That's all. Now I had enough retracement, and if I had my second bite at the apple, so I'm gonna start. Now I'm gonna start. What do you call it? Triaging the bleeding, right? Because if it didn't make the move I wanted by now, then I'm gonna start triaging. So we'll see. I'm still gonna keep it on green though. So we'll keep it on green. But normally that's what I'll be thinking, right? Like, I didn't do the thing. Let me start stopping myself. I'm just gonna be okay with green. If it's on green, it's on green. I'm gonna be okay with that. This was an experiment for this reason. Because I really want to highlight why you should just wait for up here. That's what I want to highlight. And it's probably going to cost me a little bit, but it's okay. Not as much as I thought. Okay, listen, remember I told you, normally when a candle's not doing what I want it to do, I would start to triage to try to stop the bleeding, right? And then I said, you know what? I'm just gonna let it run in green. Whatever happens on green, I'm gonna be okay with it. So I'm just sticking to that, right? So by sticking to that, what I've allowed myself to do is not get stopped out for the loss. And now my loss, if I do take a loss, it's not gonna be that bad. It's actually not gonna be significant at all. I wanted to walk through it with you so you can hear my psychology. Maybe you have very similar thoughts. Maybe you could see what happens if you just allow the thing to do what it's gonna do, that it's maybe better off, that you're not so focused on zoomed in on one candle like this and then you see a red and it looks huge, right? But if you zoom out, you're like, oh wait, it's actually not that significant. It's actually not that significant. The winner's actually still winning, right? And now if I wanted to stop out here, I would owe fees. I would owe some fees. I'd be fine. But the loss, it wouldn't be significant. It would not be significant at all, right? From the break of here to wherever it is here, minimal. But I had to survive. I had to survive. Let the thing do the thing. I stuck to green. Whatever it is, it's going to be green. I don't care. Win, lose, or draw, it's going to be green. I'm showing you this just to show you, like, what it takes. And if it doesn't work out here, guess what? I know where it is going to work. So I'm not too worried about it. I had the opportunity when it touched to stop out on just fees. Maybe a little bit more than fees. A little bit more, like $1 or $2 more than fees. If I were to put my stop, I would have stopped out here for fees, right? And I could have just waited and redone the thing again and went back in. But instead, I'm showing you, you know, just what it takes sometimes. It doesn't always have to work. Just to show you that it doesn't always have to work, because it's going to work either one way or the other. It has to go one way or the other. So once you understand that, you know the criteria, when you know the setup, it's hard to lose twice in a row. Trust me, this normally, like, you know, if I wasn't doing this strictly for science, this would be very uncomfortable for me, right? Normally this would be very uncomfortable. But if you have your rules, right? I'm going on green. It's stress-free. You don't have to actually worry. You shouldn't be focused, zoomed in. Just green is green. Whenever it breaks, it breaks. The next setup is around the corner. And then you're gonna say, I should have waited till above here, right? So I want it to reject here so you can see why you should have waited till here. Now, if it happens, then I guess we'll show why you should have stuck to the strategy, but I'm just trying to show you that it's really hard to be wrong twice in a row, and you don't have to panic. You don't have to panic. It's very rare the price just touches and retreats. Very rare. You usually get a second bite at the apple. I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've had 8 bites at the apple, right? I could stop out for probably break even, or a little less than break even with that red candle. But I'm making my decision. You know, half of me is like, stop the bleeding now. It's not doing what you want it to do. But I'm like, you know what? This is for science. This is for science and for my Discord members. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, at this point here is, yeah, just fees. So we're okay. Now, if we get above the 5, I'll probably start to move my stop above the 5, or at the 5. The options lab rat. The options lab rat, that's crazy. All right, hold on. It's testing it. So it's like bouncing on the stop right now. I might give it a lit. I know I'm breaking a rule right now, but I might give it a little bit more room. Just a little bit. Just a for sure close below green. That's what I want. I just don't want to get wicked and then have it wick on me. And then whatever happens, win, lose, or draw, I'm going to be okay. It actually wasn't that bad. Actually wasn't that bad. Just gotta let this close. Alright, now it's dancing on the stop. One more red and that'll be it. But then if it like stops me out by $1 and continues up, the amount of upset that I will be. This is it. Here it is. All right, I'm about to lose my $8. Okay, that got me. All right, let's see what we got now. Let's see what we got. And then normally turn around revenge trade. So we broke green, turn around buy the put. Can't be wrong twice in a row. That's what he said, right? Now we're gonna wait for their setup on hold on, let me focus here. Hold on. It got me. It got me. All right, now. Let's see the other direction. Let's see the setup for the next side. I moved it from 8 to 15. Oh man, I just said don't move the stop, and I moved it from 8 to 15. No reason for that. All right, let's see what we got. Now the revenge trade would be on the break of this green. The wiser trade would be wait for this red. The wise call would be wait for up here this green. You don't want to get caught in here, right? Now you see the environment we're in. You see the environment. Now you have an idea. Okay, we rejected the 5. You get an idea, right? So maybe that test that I gave maybe just tells you where the answer is, right? Okay, hold on, let me focus here. We need one more little drop. Like, I'm okay if I get a green, 1 or 2 green, but I need one more drop here. One more little drop. I want to see if we get to red at least 83.33. I need a little drop here. Let's go. I'll be patient and wait. We'll do an experiment for a revenge trade, I guess. Revenge trading. We'll do revenge trade, break a green on the put. Don't overstay your welcome. You see you're in this liquidity box. Don't do what I'm doing. Wait for your triggers. Wait for a red. Don't do like me. Wait for green. I told you, if you're in between here, you're in no man's land. There's no trade here. There's no setup. Okay, I needed that little drop right there. All right, so I went a little bit heavier. We got our this experiment was single contract. This one I went a little bit heavier, so we got our money back. Let's see what else we can do. This is a revenge trade. Don't do this. Don't revenge trade on the break of green, right? Because it was either going to be the break of, what did I say? The break of magenta or the break of green. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Here's the proof. Now, you know, I don't really recommend doing that in the middle of the range like this, but we're able to get lucky. So I protected this trade. I got back in on this whenever I said I was. Whenever I said I was, I got back in, so. First set of contracts got taken out here. Now I need to, I'm gonna leave the next set above this body right here. So we got our money back, and now I just need to see how much we're gonna make. So for the runners, we can't lose from here, but I can, if it goes above this dotted line, I'm gonna stop out for, on the runners, I'm gonna stop out for 0. The first set of contracts, I just made my money back. I got a little bit, not scared, but I just wanted to secure some profit. Profit secured, runners are running. I told everyone I'm getting back in up here and not to do what I'm doing, because this one, it got me. It took me out. Need a little dump here. Need just a little tiny dump. I want to get to red 83.33. Little tiny dump would be nice. I just want to collect a little bit more on these contracts because I went a little heavier. Well, I went heavier on the contract, so it'll be nice if I can just secure a little bit more. And then whatever happens from there happens from there. I need this candle to close lower. I need this to be a red candle. 15 seconds on it. We're testing the bottom of this lick box, right? You see the bottom of the lick box? We're testing it? Okay, that's what I needed. A little bit more. A little bit more. That's what I needed right there. All right. Okay, I'm just gonna let it run. Just gonna let it run from here. Little sketchy for science, huh? Little sketchy. Look, when you know how to scale, I went light here. I knew it was. But I told you, it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. If magenta stopped us out, green. It had to be green, right? It had to be. They stopped us out here. No big deal. Secondary liquidity, right? I see it. Bang. We knew green had to be it. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. It's very hard to be. This is an example of hard being wrong twice in a row. This is why I did it. To show you that even if you buy a call on the break or whatever, you don't have to be right all the time. It happened right in front of us. I showed you. It's either going to be magenta or green. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. We got all our money back plus some, right? This is how it works. This is how it works. When I'm telling you it's mathematically proven, I just showed you the proof. I'll do it. You know what? We'll keep doing it again. If I needed to show you that I really am not affected by, as long as you know how to put your stops, Look, $8, $15, just, no, it's $15 actually because I moved it. But $15 to figure out $150, that's an easy move, right? I spent $15. It should have only been $8, but whatever. I spent $15 to figure out 150. Now let's see if I can get a little bit more. Let's see if I can get a little bit more. I can't lose from here, so it doesn't matter what happens. I can't lose. You might as well just let your runners run. I'm gonna move some of them a little bit lower just to collect more, but I'm gonna leave the rest of them where they are. So I'm just gonna let this play out. I'm gonna do exit strategy number 2. Don't overtrade. I'll be right back. I'm letting this play out. I talked through it with everyone. I told you I'm thinking about a revenge trade on this candle here. I literally said it for everyone to hear. I'm going in on puts here. That's what happened. It's hard to be wrong twice in a row. You don't have to be right every trade. That's actually impossible to be right every trade. What I'm showing you is I develop a strategy to where you don't have to be right every trade. You're still going to come out on top. Look at the money we just printed from the break of green. You didn't have, and look, on magenta, I had so many opportunities to not even take a $15 loss. So many opportunities. And I chose not to. I chose to stick to green. That was my choice. Look at the money we just printed. There it is. There it is. I showed you the worst case scenario. Buying at the top, at the highest liquidity level. And then I showed you what's going to happen if you... I did it all in front of your face. Look at the money we just printed. This is all live. All of it's live. If you're interested in learning how to trade like this, send me an email. LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. Look at the money. Oh my goodness. It's almost like I had it drawn out for you ahead of time. It's almost like we didn't know we had to break this magenta for calls. Come on now. Come on now. Look right to the target. From break of green to the target. Look how I drew. Look at this yellow line that I drew. And where I said you can... Do you see what's happening now? None of this is an accident. It's all on purpose. You have to understand liquidity. No, look at the... I don't know who's doing this on the internet for you, but they should be your best friend. Yep, I'm gonna let this run a little bit. I'm gonna adjust some runners. I'm gonna let the rest run. I still have 2/3 left. So let's go from 150. Let's see. All right, let's go 3. Let's see if we can get. See if we can get down here and get to 300. Let's see if we can get down here and get to 300. Y'all thought I was worried about the literally $15 one contract. You thought I was worried about that? I told you, I'm so confident with this that this is my own money I'm risking, right? I showed you what was gonna happen. I told you everything that was gonna happen. I wanted you to see the reason why you wanted to wait till above green. I wanted you to see that it's hard, even if you got it wrong here, I know exactly where the money is. I wanted you to see all of that. It all happened. I talked through it. Everything that happened, we literally talked through. Okay, let's see what we got. Look, I know this magenta faked me out. Well, it didn't really fake me out, but because I was gonna wait for the break of the 5 anyway, but I just wanted to show you. I just wanted to show you that it's hard to be wrong twice in a row. Stick to the strategy. That's all I wanted to show you. Wait for the weak bull cycle before you go in on puts again, okay? If you don't know what a weak bull cycle is, send me an email, LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. This is not difficult. The only reason why we took a loss here was because I decided I was going to do it for science, right? There was no real loss here. I knew what was going to happen. Correction, I didn't know what was going to happen, but I knew based on a balance of probabilities, I only had one of two options. I only had one of two options. It was either going to do this or this. So once this stopped me out, I knew exactly where the money was. You have to understand my strategy. It's not difficult. Just let me do the work. Don't get ahead of me. Stop having a bias. Let the market tell you. Let me do the work. Man, this magenta is really messing me up because look how it, you know, it's working with magenta and green. So yeah, this was a stop hunt. There's nothing you can do about that, right? There's absolutely nothing you can do about this sort of stuff. And you can't let it take you out the game because you have to understand, well, then I know where the next setup is. If this one wasn't it, I know where it is. And guess what? I have them both highlighted. I have this magenta highlighted in the 2, and I have this green highlighted with the 2. As long as you don't overstay your welcome. We knew we were going to get from this green to this red. We already knew that. Rewind the tape. If I didn't say it, then I would be like, oh, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about. But I said it, and it happened. So understand probabilities. I'm not just making up stuff here. Okay, so I'm not going to allow my runners to go against me, that's for sure. And when I was talking, these green candles popped up and I wasn't paying attention, and now, okay, I'm really glad I stopped talking because I just let this go against me for absolutely no reason. It didn't go, like, I'm not negative, but okay, fighting, there go my runners. Okay, jeez, I gotta stop talking to y'all. I have to stop talking to you. Next time I'm gonna that's my fault. It's okay. We didn't take a loss, but I didn't collect the way I should have. Oh my God, I just ran the experiment. It went perfect, and then I talked to myself until I forgot what I was. Don't get old. Do not get old. I'm telling everyone right now. It's the worst thing you're ever gonna do to yourself. Don't get old. Man, I just talked myself out of, literally talked myself out of money. That's okay. That's okay. We're green for the day, right? And I did it for you guys, right? To show you that you can have some confidence in me and confidence in the strategy. Don't even worry about me as an individual person. Who cares? Have confidence in the data that you're seeing. That's why I did that. So it doesn't matter if I maximized. That would have been an amazing. Oh my God. That's okay. It's okay. We took a lot of it. But then I just let the runners completely go against me for. You guys got to stop. Don't let me talk too much. Stop talking. Don't let me talk too much. All right, I'm gonna spend another few minutes on here. That kind of upset me. I'm not. You know what? I'll run the $5 risk from magenta to the 5. I'll take it. I know this is revenge trading, but whatever. I'm gonna take this magenta to the 5. Okay, I'm gonna adjust my stop because I knew this is a gamble, so I don't want to lose. So my stop's adjusted. If it goes against me, oh well, I win. I can't lose from here. Look at the money. Look at the money. I just look at it. Look at it. I just told everyone I'm buying a call. Protect your trade. Protect your trade. There it is. Protect your trade. Protect your trade, right? We hit target, so adjust your stop. I told you what I was doing. It said I'm gonna buy a call from here to here. I went heavy. You gotta understand. I know how to scalp. I know how to scalp. I can't lose. I went heavy. We just did very good work right now. Very good work. Very good work. I told everyone on the internet I'm taking this call. I told everyone I'm taking this call. Can't lose from here. Amazing. I need this push up. I need this push up. I need to get above 84.31. We need this push right now. We need this push. I wanna get my next bite at the apple. Let's see if we get green, 2 red, and follow up with green. Man, this almost took me out. All right, I'm gonna start adjusting my. This went right to my stop and turned around. I'm gonna start adjusting because I'm not gonna let it go against me. Ah, okay. That one got me. That's fine. That one got me. I might go back in. If I see a green move, 2 red, and then I see some green forming, it might be a better entry. Again, don't overstay your welcome. You're going to the 5, if that. Okay, after this trade, I'm done for the day. I'm gonna be done after this one. I looked for the strong green, 2 red. I got filled somewhere in here. I'm just gonna let it run. I don't have a lot of room to protect my trade, so I'm not gonna sit here and babysit this. I already know that. If it shoots down, then I'm gonna get stopped out and I'm gonna call it a day. Otherwise, I'm gonna try to chase it to the 5. Hopefully, I can get scrape a little something. Hopefully, it gains liquidity and shoots up. That's what I'm hoping for. But I've been going trade by trade. I told everyone when I'm buying, when I'm selling, what it is. So I can tell that I'm not necessarily revenge trading. I know what I'm doing. I know I'm gambling. I'm just showing how you can make, I'm showing that people always think it's late for the trade and it's actually not. So I'm showing you how you can, with proper management, how you can adjust your stop right now and not take a loss. How you can take a win. I just want to show all these techniques. I'm incrementally moving my stop little by little, little by little. If it go, I don't care. I'm telling you, I'm getting off soon, so I'm not letting this go against me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna do some admin. Don't overtrade. I'm gonna clean up this chart. I'm gonna borrow the chart. All right, Discord, we should be guiding off our 5-minute chart, right? So we're guiding off the 5-minute. Let me show you what's happening in here. Oh, okay. I already have it listed right here. So you see the shoulder right here, the head that formed here, and then the lopsided shoulder over here. So we already plotted this out. It's been on here all day. Literally all day that path has been on there. So YouTube, I believe that's been my time. We had a great day today. I'm gonna go over the wins with you so you can get an idea of what we do in the Discord. Okay, this morning we identified the bull flag. We had our calls right here. This was our trade number 1. Right here. This is our first trade for calls. Then after that, we got stuck in some chop over here. We identified the green as our down. Build in purple, break a green. When that happened, was here for puts with a break and retest under the 5. And then our next entry for puts was right here on the break of this green here. So calls, puts, puts. That was our setup for today. These were our trades. I think somewhere over here it got a little sketchy because it started to disrespect the magenta, and it, a little chop up here. But once we cleared this, maybe in here a little chop as well. But this chop, if you survived and stuck to the strategy, both of them were winners, right? You just have to not over leverage and not put your stop kind of crazy and let your winners win. If you would have done that, everything would have been fine, and we had good scalps. So this is our day today. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, send me an email, LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. I'll get you sorted out. Look, we identified early today. I told y'all, look, if we're in here, it's going to be like this in here. Remember? We already knew that. So between this white and this red, it's going to be like that. So your safety, white above green, white below red. That's the answer. Otherwise, you're just in this chop. Stress-free. We made it easy. But YouTube, that's been my time. It's been a pleasure. If you're interested in learning how to trade with me, send me an email, LiveSPYTrading@gmail.com. I'll get you sorted out. We got a whole bunch of members in here that are eager and antsy to help you, to get you along your way, including myself. So do yourself a favor. The holiday season's coming. Get in now at the discount. Next year we're gonna increase the price. So, and then if you join this year, you're gonna be grandfathered in, right? You're gonna be locked in going forward. If you join in 26, you're subject to change, right? So that's the offer, that's the deal. I'm offering a free session to try it out. See if you like it. Send me an email to try it. I'll send you the Discord link. Get in there and see if you like it. See if you get a better understanding of what I'm saying. The call outs, okay? But we're gonna do it together. Whatever you decide. I love you all. Have a good day. Discord, send me a DM. I'm gonna be around, floating around. Send me a DM if you need me. Otherwise, it's been a pleasure. You guys have a good day. Goodbye.